Welcome to the Nebraska State Fair 4-H Market Swine Show. We are excited to have 195 youth exhibitors here today to show off their skills, their pigs, and all the hard work that they put into their projects this year. Our judge today is Nick Hoff-Schulte from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. Nick judged at Connors State College. He's judged numerous county, state, and national shows across the country. Nick has been involved with livestock production his whole life and currently assists in operating Hoff-Schulte Genetics and is a co-owner of Primo Feeds. He and his wife, Holly, reside in Miami, Oklahoma, along with their 4 children. Our superintendents for today's show are Julie Schultz from Pierce, Nebraska, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, Nebraska, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City, Nebraska. We're going to start off our show today with classes of purebred market hogs. We're going to start off with the Berkshire show in the North Ring with our underweight class.
Well, good morning, and it's a nice brisk morning here in Nebraska. We're going to kick your market hog show off right. Going to be 1 for 1. Nobody can argue with this one. We got this one right for sure. And the young lady brings us a nice pig, good patterned hog that gets around the ring good, good skin and hair. Let's give her a round of applause for a single entry.
In Class 1, Berkshire Market Hogs, receiving a blue is Marissa Palm of Saunders County.
Attention exhibitors, if Stetson Dodds could come to the 4-H livestock office. We have something that belongs to you. Stetson Dodds, if you could come to the livestock office, we have something that belongs to you.
Nice way to start out our Berks here, and I got 3 of them here that are pretty different in type and kind, and just kind of where you want to set your priorities. And there's not one that I think a guy can just really land on and say he wins easy, but the one I prefer the most, that suits me the best at the ground, and just from a profile standpoint, it's the young man here I started with. Still got plenty of shape when you get up on top of him, out the backside of his blade. His forearm's big, but just where he separates himself is his ability to pattern from the profile, his ability to get out here and be an athlete. And I think he still has enough muscle, still has enough width and enough bone to go ahead and win the class. The one that's probably the most similar to him is this young man's barrow here in front of me, and another good pattern one that maybe just pushing a little more through his lower third than I would deem ideal in terms of finish. And a pig there, I think, that just gives up a little bit in terms of bone and forearm and rear leg. He's probably not as edged up when you get right over the top of him, out the backside of his blade. But a pig that's really sound and comfortable out here. He's got some base width. Got some doability to him. I think that's where he beats the pig that ends up in 3, is just his ability to get out here and move. The 1 in 3 suits me the best from a bone standpoint and muscle standpoint. Like this pig, when you get on top of him, like the roll and outward turn he has to his forerib, I just got to make him go better. He's kind of slow out here, wants to put his head down because of the pitch of his blade. He can't get that head up and get relaxed. For me, I just like to make him more athletic, make him sounder off both ends of his skeleton and move him up today. Here's one that you can maybe move up that's got a lot of good to him. Thought he got pretty frail when he studied him at the ground in terms of his front foot and his front arm. When he comes at me, I'd like to man him up a shot to go with all that mass he has on top. But I do like his flare up at the top side of his skeleton and his shape to his rib that he offers. Nice pig. The young man's done a great job with him. Same goes for him. Like his body shape to his midrib. You get on top of him, he wants to funnel up right out of the backside of his blade and kind of narrow up there. Just got to make him more true in terms of his muscle shape when I get on top of him, make him sounder out of those front feet to move him up higher today. Here's one that's just kind of the baby in class that just needs some time. One that I think will get better with some time for sure. Just a little flatter ribbed, a little tighter flanked, a little more tubular than I'd like to see. Maybe a little more awkward in the way she handles those front feet and that shoulder. Another pig here that's got some muscle and bone. Just like to balance him up better from the profile. And then we end with one that's got a lot of rib and body. Just like to crease him up and give him a shot more real muscle, make him a notch leaner. Let's congratulate these kids. We kick off your Market Hog Show today at the Nebraska State Fair.
Our champion, Berkshire Market Swine, shown by Garrett Ruth of Butler County. Our reserve champion, shown by Landon Schaefer of Seward County. In third place, Anthony Haas of Box Butte County. Receiving purples in the class, Mason Yonda of Howard County. Wyatt Cook of Kimball Banner County. Avery Ruth of Butler County. Chris Hawk of Gosper County. And Henry Adams of Scottsbluff County. Our sponsor for the Championship Berkshire Hog today is Nebraska Pork Producers.
A nice set of Chesters here, and we've got two really nice individuals on top. And I think the young lady's bear that's going to be champion is just a notch longer and helps him pattern a notch better out here and balance a little more accordingly. He's the heavy structured one that's just a notch bigger in his arm, notch bigger in his rear leg there when you get in behind him, and still has plenty of shape and muscle. A nice pig to start this class and name our champion Chester. Young man here that gets up in reserve is one that's a notch fresher when you get over the top of him in terms of his shape. Really like the roll to his cage, and I like his hip width when you get in behind him. He's a little rounder and frailer in his bone work. He's just a little choppier out of that front end, gets a little shorter off of both ends of his skeleton, but a nice pig there. He's done an excellent job of getting him presented and fresh. Really super fresh type of a bear that just maybe gets out horsed in terms of his bone and his foot out here. Young man that ends up in 3, he's got one that I thought was just a little sounder than the bear in 4. Not quite as fresh as those top 2, not quite as stout in his bone work, but a real good pig. I think just sounder out of his front end in terms of the way his blade is set in him and his knee is set in him. Nice pig here, real stout featured, gets too straight up front. Got to freshen him up when I get on top of him, but a really nice class there. Congratulations to you kids.
In Class 3, Chester Market Hogs, our champion Chester White Market Swine, shown by Kylie Hackbart of Saline County. Our reserve champion, shown by Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. In third place, Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County. Receiving purple in the class, Braden Schaffersman from Dodge County.
purple the top 5 and blue the bottom 2. Really nice class of red barrows, and we got a really good trio to talk about and sort here. And to me, the red barrow here the young man brings me is the one that needs to win. He's the stout, just really sturdy built one at the ground that's just a little bigger footed than the other two, a little heavier structured, and he still comes and goes really good and square and gives you a good pattern, good balanced look from the profile. Then when you get on top of him, he's probably the freshest in his rib, and just the outward turn he has to that forerib and heart is something that I really like to see. From there, I think it's just hind leg structure that places second and third for me. Really like the young man's barrow, the way he gets out and goes and is athletic. He's got a nicer set and a more correct set to his hock when you study him from the side. His rear leg bone's a notch bigger. You get in behind him, he's much squarer from pin hock to ground, and it's just looser and more comfortable in that hock joint. You know, he's not as good in his transition up there in his ham loin. He wants to get a little wrinkly there. He wants to get a little agier when you study him up top, but a hog that's still got muscle and width coming and going. I think he's just a better structured hog out of his hip and his hind leg than the young lady's Baron 3. Young lady's Baron 3, really full, fresh, fit, ready to go. He gets a little frailer when you study him compared to those top two in terms of his bone and his feet, but mainly just his hip structure is what I have a problem with. He gets a little shorter rump. He gets a little straighter in that hock. When you get in behind him, I just like to square that view up and make him a notch better in that regard to move him up in that top pair. But she's done a great job with him, getting him to this point, done everything she could, got everything out of him for sure. Another really stout, heavy structured one that comes next. You know, if we can fix his front end, I can get him up in that top pair because I like this pig's structure. I like his rear leg usage. A hog there that's just too straight up front, wants to come in at his knee. Then when you get on top of him, he's probably the blandest of that top 4 in terms of his shape and just tone of muscle up top. Another really nice barrow that's really stout and rugged. Love his feature that he brings to the table. Love his length of hip. A hog there that just gets too flat on all 4 feet. Just laboring a notch too much for me out here. We got to structure him a notch better to see him get out and go a little more athletically out here to move him up for me today. Another pig I like today that's got a good pattern from the side. It's his front end that gets him beat as he comes right at me. And then we end with one that's still got a lot of quality to her, just going away. We got to make her square, got to make her a notch heavier bone and more correct off that rear leg. Congratulations, nice class, nice way to start off these red ones.
In Class 4, Duroc Market Hogs, our first purple goes to Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Second to Chase Hartman of Dodge County. Third to Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County. Receiving blues in the class, Cameron Vaughn of Phelps County. Bodie Carruthers of Howard County. Wyatt Moat of Gage County. And Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County.
get into these heavier reds, they get a little staler looking out here, and that's how they sort themselves to me. This young lady's barrow is quite a bit the fresher one out here, and you get up on top of him, and he's the best in terms of his shape. Still looks fresh in his body. Really got a good set of feet and legs. You know, he's not the most tricked out thing up front, but his body and his build from the ground up is really true and square. And he gets out here and covers the ring when she gets him going. But a pig there that just stays fresh and looks like he's not been held on and still has some tone when you get up on top of him. Young man's bearing second. Probably is a notch neater out of his front end for sure. A little thinner necked, a little neater out of his front end there. You know, with that, he's a little frailer featured in his feet and his bone. But mainly when you get on top of him, he's just getting a little stale in terms of his tone of muscle, especially there out of the backside of his blade. And a pig, I'd just like to make a little stouter there at the ground in his rear leg when he goes away from me. A barrow here that, you know, if we can make him sounder off his rear too, I can move him up in that top pair. But we've just got to make him better there. We need to make him longer out of his rump, looser in that hock joint as we study his rear leg work. But a pig that's got some muscle, I think he's a notch wider chested and just a notch bigger bodied and fuller bodied than this barrow that comes next. Really heavy structured barrow here that was probably really fun to look at some time, you know, maybe 3 weeks ago, but a pig there that's just kind of closing up underneath. I wanted to get a little stale when you talk about skin and hair. Just need to make him fresher today. I'd like to make him a notch more correct as he goes away from me in terms of that hock placement, but really heavy structured, neat pig. Young man does a great job showing. Another pig here that's presented well, just his hind leg. He's really wanting to cave in that lower body. We got to make him fresher in that body for me. Then when you get in behind him, that hind leg joint's too straight. You got to make that a notch more correct. A barrow that we end with, you know, one that does probably have a notch better hind leg usage, but one that just gets awfully stale through that center body. I want to make him fresher and fuller through that flank, make him a notch more presentable today. Congratulations. Nice way to end the Durocs.
In Class 5, Duroc Market Hogs, our first purple shown by Marini Vaughn of Antelope County. Second purple by Riker Kellums of Cass County. Third purple by Cruz Sims of Sherman County. Receiving blues in the class, Carson Lane of Douglas Sarpy County. Jaden Meyer of Buffalo County. And Braden Schaffersman of Dodge County.
Get out here for your class winners and a nice pair. You know, there's a little bit of a weight difference, obviously, and that's kind of what makes it tough for me. You got to ask yourself, is this lightweight big enough to make your champion red bear at your state fair? And the big hog, you know, does he have enough look and just enough quality? You know, he's quite a bit out-horsed in terms of bone and chest as he comes at me. I'm going to lean on the side of quality all day long. A young man's lightweight's going to be our champion. Congratulations. We bring the second out of that class, and a pig that can really get out and go. He's got a good base width to him as he comes and goes, and he's really got a neat, fresh look out from the profile. He's my second favorite. Congratulations, young man. Bring the third out of that class. That was a stout class, and I think you get comparing them, and there's one that's just so much fresher in terms of his shape up top, in terms of his chest width as he comes at you. The young lady that was third out of the first class is going to be third overall.
Our champion Duroc Market Hog, shown by Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Reserve champion, shown by Chase Hartman of Dodge County. And third place, Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County. Our Duroc Market Hog awards are sponsored by the Nebraska pork producers.
Just got a trio of them here in this first class of Hamps, and I think the young man's got the freshest one that's the best presented out here, and I think he separates himself when you get on top of him just in terms of his square shape and square build. Really like the way that he patterns up from the profile and that look out of his front end. Just a notch better than the bear that comes in second. Bear that comes in second is one that is bigger. He's a bolder in terms of his rib, in terms of his body. One that gets just a notch less appealing to me out of his face and his head. You know, he's not probably is just opened up when you get over the top of him in terms of that square shape that he has on top. Probably not as impressive when you study him up there in his upper hip, but a pig that does just have a notch more body and just doability than our bear that ends up in 3. Bear that ends up in 3 probably got the best hind leg in the class, but a pig there that gives up a lot just in terms of internal dimension and structural width. Congratulations to you 3 Hampshire exhibitors.
In Class 6, our champion Hampshire Market Hog, shown by Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Reserve champion by Emma Dukes of Jefferson County. And in third place, Devin Dosey from Hamilton County.
Nice trio of Polands, and I'm sure there's a lot of different ways that people will place him. There's not really one that just jumps out and says he needs to win. But I think the best balanced, nicest patterned one, most athletic one for me is the young man's Poland Barrow here. He's going to be our champion. He just does it the best for me from the profile. You know, still has enough to him, I think, to go ahead and let him be champion. And I really like the roll to his cage, like the way he gets out and goes, just like his lines from the side and top and bottom. The best out here of anything. The young lady's gilt's going to be reserve, and one that does have more muscle shape. You know, she's a notch longer, which takes away from her ability to proportion. She's a notch frailer in terms of her bone work. When I get off the side for her, it's just her transitions are a notch rougher, especially in that ham-loin junction. Just kind of takes away from her look, but I still think she's a notch sounder and just a notch more pliable off that rear leg than the young man's barrow that comes in 3. I really like a lot of things about this barrow, and he's done a great job getting him to this point. He's super fresh and really fit, really got good skin and hair and presentation. I like this pig's arm size as well as anything, and just his shape up high. He's the most complicated in his movement out here, especially out of those rear 2. He wants to slope out of that rump and just take a shorter step, more complicated step out of that hock. If we could change him there, we could move him up for sure. But 3 of them that are really nice that the young people did a great job with. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
In Class 7, our champion, Poland China Market Hog, shown by Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Our reserve champion, shown by Jaden Runge from Platte County. In 3rd place, Carson Haas of Box Butte County. We want to thank our sponsors for the Purebred Market Show today, the Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, and Watovic Show Pigs. Without their support, we wouldn't be able to do all we do for these youth. We are currently showing Class 8 spotted market hogs here in the South Show Ring. We're going to follow that up with a class of Yorkshires in the north, and then a class of AOB, all other breeds, in the South Show Ring. And then we'll finish up our purebred show in the North Show Ring with a selection of the champion purebred market swine. After completion of the purebred show, we will start with the market crossbred market show with showing gilts with class 11, and we'll follow through that and show barrows after the gilts. Our judge today is Nick Hofschulte of Wyandotte, Oklahoma. He's from Wyandotte, Oklahoma, but lives in Miami, Oklahoma with his wife and 4 children. He's the co-owner of Primo Feeds and assists in the operation of Hofschulte Genetics.
Well, a really a comfortable spot to start with and make our champion spot. The young man over here, congratulations. Really a nice barrow that's an obvious choice for me. He balances good. He's got that good shape and that width to his center that we like to see. Comes and goes relatively square, and I think that thing's sound enough to go ahead and be our champion. Just a really nice place to start. From there, it's a little closer. I think the young lady's gilt probably the most closely follows him just in terms of width and power and dimension. I'd like to make her bigger armed. I'd like to make her bigger in her front foot, but a gilt there that just has so much more to her than the barrow that ends up in 3. Really like a lot of things about the barrow that ends up in 3. He's probably not just as maxed out today in his center and his forerib as those 2 ahead of him, but a pig there that really comes and goes good and square. He's got some shape up in his back, and I think that's how he beats the barrow that comes in 4. It's just his added shape out of the backside of his blade. This barrow in 4 is really nice in terms of his pattern, in terms of his silhouette and his design. He gets pretty bland when you get up on top of him. I'd like to man him up there in terms of his muscle shape, but a really heavy bone one that's got a great look from the profile. You just got to ask yourself if he's got enough muscle to him. But I think he's just so much heavier structured, so much looser structured than this gilt that comes in 5. A gilt there that's just too early in her maturity, too round off both ends of her skeleton for me, but one that does have just a notch more ability to get out and go than this barrow that comes next. Barrow that comes next, young man's done a great job with him. He's really fresh and well presented. He didn't do anything wrong. Just unfortunate his pig's not sound enough, especially out of his front end, to get up any higher. Then we end with a pair of them that are really similar, just need more muscle and just need more shape and just overall width to get up any higher today for me. A nice class there. Congratulations. Really nice champion.
In Class 8 spotted market hogs, our champion is Brecken Hirschfeld from York County. Reserve champion Carmen Molina from Platte County. In 3rd place, Jackson Schmidt from Fillmore County. Receiving blues in the class, Eric Dosey from Hamilton County. Devin Dosey from Hamilton County. Wyatt Moat of Gage County. Lane Mahaffey of Dodge County. And Halsey Watson of Gage County. Our sponsor for the Spot Market Show is Kevin Matovic Show Pigs.
Nice trio at the top of this class of Yorkshires, and you can go a lot of different ways to make some cases, but I think just the heaviest structured, elite-looking one in terms of quality of side presence and just his pattern and his way that he gets out here and moves. This Barrow needs to win for me. He's the heavy structured one that's probably working with the biggest rear leg, but when you get over the top of him, he's the most impressive in his shape and just his shape of his body and mid-rib of anything in this class. That's how he separates himself for me to go ahead and be our champion Yorkshire today. The young lady's going to be in second, and that's a gilt there that does have a really good shape and turn to her back as well. She's not as heavy structured as our champion when you start studying her at the ground in terms of foot and bone, but really fresh bodied, really fresh back, still presents a good pattern to her. And I think that's how she beats the young man's Barrow that comes in three. It's just that rib shape and outward turn to the center. And when you get over the top of this one, he gets just notch narrower, a notch blander in his shape. I do appreciate his rear leg bone and his rear leg usage, one that's just a little past his prime in terms of freshness through his center and up high. Young man's Barrow that comes next, if you want to get him up in there, I don't disagree. I can understand that. He's really heavy structured, really fresh. One that's just a little more complicated in his movement out of his front end. His front feet are just ouchy a shot, and I got to make him more mobile, more athletic out here to get him up in that top trio for me. But one that's really fresh up top, really fresh through his center, like just make him sounder. Young man's gilt that comes out next, got a really good look, probably looked really good a couple weeks ago, just getting a little staler up there in the way that her hide's working in her back. Like to make her a notch fresher there, or to move her up any higher. Getting a little wrinkly, getting a little staler, gets her front feet out in the head of her blade a notch, and just doesn't move them right. Nice pattern pig here, just needs more bone, more stoutness to move up. Then we end with a pig that's got some quality, just needs a little more time to come on with some freshness and some body, but a nice pig there. Nice class of Yorkshires. Congratulations to you kids.
In Class 9 Yorkshire Market Hogs, our champion shown by Drew Kaufman from Scotts Bluff County. Reserve champion Brooklyn Creech from Scotts Bluff County. In third place, Wyatt Moat from Gage County. Receiving blues in the class, Jamison Prince from Buffalo County. Allie Cook from Kimball Banner Counties. Dakota Valek from Knox County. And Sam Siegfried from Red Willow County. Our class in the ring right now in Class 10 is all other breeds. We have Hereford, Landrace, and Tamworth in the ring. We will follow that with the selection of the champion purebred market swine in the North Show ring.
They get in this AOB deal with some different breeds, and it's a little tougher. I think there's one of them that's just built a little better, a little sturdier at the ground, a little heavier structured, probably the nicest balanced and nicest pattern. Young man's white down-eared one there is going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. From there, it's really close. I think one of them's just probably the most impressive when you get on top of him. Just really working with a lot of muscle, a lot of real muscle. Young ladies, Tamworth Barrow is going to be our reserve. Congratulations to him. Didn't find him as heavy structured. He's not as long out back, not as correct in the way he uses his hind leg, not as stout structured as our champion. Young man's Hereford gilt here is going to be third, and a gilt that's really fresh, really well presented. I think she's the most refined about her feature. You study her face, her foot, and her bone. Just got to stouten her up in terms of her bone and her structure to get her up higher for me today, but really good in terms of her freshness. Young man's doing a great job getting her presented. Another nice pig that comes next is really well presented. Doesn't balance as well as those top three. Doesn't have quite as much real muscle in him, but a pig there that I just like to fix his rump structure to make him more appealing from the profile and just make him a notch sounder out of those rear two. Pig we end with, nice pig here that's got a good body shape to him. Just needs more real muscle to move him up any higher. Congratulations. Nice class of AOBs.
In Class 10, all other breeds, our champion goes to Braden Schaffersman of Dodge County. Reserve, Emerson Pagels of Burt County. In third place, Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. Also receiving purples in the class, Tinley Spees of Howard County and Eric Dosey of Hamilton County. We're going to move into our championship drive for Purebred Market Hog. Our Purebred Berkshire, shown by Garrett Ruth of Butler County. Our Purebred Chester, shown by Kylie Hackbart of Saline County. Our champion Duroc, shown by Trevin Miloshek of Saunders County. Our Purebred champion Hampshire, shown by Trevin Miloshek of Saunders County. Our champion Poland, shown by Trevin Miloshek of Saunders County. Our champion Spot, shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Our champion York, shown by Drew Kaufman of Scotts Bluff County. And our champion AOB, shown by Braden Schaffersman of Dodge County.
Well, you've had a nice purebred show and maybe not a lot of numbers, but we've had a lot of quality. And, you know, purebred hogs are super important. They give us a base to go back to when we need to reach for some genetic diversity and peel back in those crossbreds to kind of get some hybrid vigor back in them. I think there's one that's just a little bit of a man among boys. Young man Spot's going to be your champion.
The reserve champion Spot, shown by Carmen Molina of Platte County.
Bring that spot gilt out that was reserved in her breed, you know, a really massive gilt. It's probably just not as sturdy built in terms of her bone as our champion was. Maybe not as smooth in her transitions when you study her from the side. There's another one, I think, that closely follows our champion in terms of his sturdy build, his balance, and his proportions. Young man Duroc going to be reserved.
Our champion purebred market hog is the Spot, shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Our reserve champion is the Duroc, shown by Trevin Miloshek of Saunders County.
Drop the reserve red in for your third overall selection, and a pig that's got some good to him. You know, he's a little raw over his back, maybe a little raw in his junction. Then another one out here, just kind of staying true to that sturdy build. Really got an athletic hind leg, but just more importantly, his tone and just his rib shape and just his ability to have some shape out of his blade and some turn to his rib and some stoutness to his forearm and rear leg. Young man's Yorkshire is going to be our third overall. Congratulations.
Third overall purebred market hog is shown by Drew Kaufman of Scotts Bluff County. We are getting ready to start our Crossbred Market Gilt Show with Class 11 in the South Show Ring. We'll go through 3 divisions of market gilts, select a champion overall market gilt, then work our way through the barrows, select a championship barrow, and then the overall champion is going to be selected this afternoon at 4 p.m. at the 5 Points Arena. Our judge today is Nick Hofschulte from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. Nick judged at Connors State College and has judged numerous shows around the nation, including county, state, and national shows. Nick is involved in livestock production and currently assists in operating Hofschulte Genetics and is a co-owner of Primo Feeds. He and his wife, Holly, reside in Miami, Oklahoma, along with their 4 children. Our sponsors today of the Market Hog Show include Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, and Kevin Witovic Show Pigs. If you get a chance, thank our sponsors as you see them around the fair.
Well, we've got good hogs all the way through this deal, and maybe not just one that sticks out, but I think the best one, the highest quality one, is the young man here that starts the class, and she's just the most ready today. Gives you the best balanced look from the side. I'd like to see her with more bone, but a pig that just gets out and covers the ring. She's got good structural width coming and going. Gives you a good high quality look from the profile. From there, you can do whatever. I mean, these things will be jumbled, I'm sure, all different ways. It probably just depends on who you're rooting for back there. But I think a young lady that comes into second's probably got the best look of anything ahead of her blade. She's got a good, heavy structure. A gilt there that narrows up a shot through her lower body, and as she comes and goes compared to our class winner. But just her bone and her look and her kind is a notch better, I think, than this gilt that comes in 3. Gilt comes in 3. She's probably too wide coming at you to be considered correct, but a gilt that's got some really far-reaching pieces in terms of her bone, in terms of her look. We just got to make her more correct out of that front end. The same goes with this black gilt here. It's kind of pick your poison. You want to get her up higher, I wouldn't argue with you. But a gilt there that just got to go better off of those rear 2. Young man's done a good job getting her drove. Her skin and hair is pretty good. A gilt there that's got some muscle and some bone. I thought she was just stouter than this gilt that comes next. The gilt that comes next wants to get awfully flat about that rib shape for me. Wants to narrow up as she leaves me in terms of that hip and pin structure. But a gilt there that does have just a notch more bone and structure than this gilt that comes next. Gilt that comes next, just a baby, needs some time to come on and mature. Gives up a lot at the ground just in terms of bone and just stoutness in terms of rear leg structure as well. The young man does a great job getting her drove. We end with the pair here that are just a little more problematic, a little rounder made, a little more complicated in their structure and the way that they go. Gilt that we end with, I just like to make her more youthful, make her a notch fresher about her body.
In Class 11 market gilts, receiving purples, Jagger Phillips from Seward County, Blaine Dunklaw from Wayne County, Bristol Woolsey from Seward County, Cruz Sims from Sherman County, Hunter Creech from Scottsbluff County, Kyson Bowes from Harlan County, Brooklyn Creech from Scottsbluff County, and Addison Bates from Odo County. We're currently showing Class 12 market gilts here in the North Show Ring. And then we'll have Class 13. After Class 13, we're going to move back to the North Show Ring and do our champion lightweight market gilt drive in the North Show Ring.
Nice gilt to start this class with. I think one that just gets out and covers the ring better than anything in this particular class. Still fresh in terms of her shape. Gives you a really good high-quality look from the side. You know, not the biggest bodied thing in the world, but I think she's got enough tone and spread. Just a gilt that's the most correct as she comes and goes in terms of her skeleton. Young lady's gilt that comes into second does have a notch more body, a notch more fullness, a notch more freshness to that flank. Really, really heavy structured gilt. When she goes away from me, I'd like to square her up from hip hock to ground compared to our class winner, one that's just not as correct as she goes directly away from me. She's not as athletic, not as comfortable out here out of those rear two. That's a really nice gilt that's fresh and fit. Young lady that comes into three is one that does have one that's a notch better in terms of her pattern and her lines. She gives up quite a bit just in terms of real muscle and bone when we compare her to that top two. But she's just a notch fresher in her body. She's a notch more correct in her hind leg than the gilt that comes out in four. Gilt comes out in four, does have a notch more muscle. But when I get behind her, I've got to make her more athletic. She's dealing with an injury there, it looks like. That's taken away from her ability to get out and cover the ring. But she's got good shape, good tone up top, good shape out of the backside of her blade. And I still think she's a notch more square than the gilt that comes next. The gilt that comes next, really heavy duty, really big muscled. Got to make her sounder off those rear two. Got to make her more correct as she goes away. We got a gilt here next. It's just a gilt that's kind of a knucklehead out here, not really getting comfortable in the ring. But that hock joint needs to be looser. She needs to be more correct from behind. Needs to get out and cover better. The gilt that's in seven, one that's got a good ability to get out and go. This needs to be more compositionally correct in terms of her leanness and shape. Then we end with one that just needs more to her, needs more internal dimension. Congratulations, nice class there.
In Class 12 market gilts, our first purple goes to Eli Ritter of Cumming County. Second to Jackson Stitt of Seward County. Third to Ryland Johnson of Kearney County. Also receiving purples in the class, Jackson Schmidt of Fillmore County. Ty Valdez, or receiving blues in the class, Ty Valdez of Custer County. Chloe Cutlers of Lancaster County. And Kuiper Vaughn of Phelps County. And then finally Noah Roth of Hall County.
Nice pig to start this class with, and young lady's got a really opened up gilt that just comes and goes as good as anything. Got a notch more bone than this gilt that ends up in 2, and I think that's how they separate themselves. The young man in 2 here, really nice in terms of her look and her design. Gets a little frailer about her foot and her bone as we compare her back to that class winner, but a nice pig there that's fresh and fit. Got some doability to her rib. Young man there in 3 is one that's, not as good in terms of her depth of body and in terms of her balance from the profile. Her being a notch high flank takes away from her look. Like to lengthen her out of her rump to help her ability to pattern from the side too. But a nice gilt. It's got some shape. It handles herself a lot better out of her rear 2 than this gilt next. Real heavy muscle gilt. Got to be sounder out of those rear 2 to move up any higher. Then we end with one here that's really sound. Good doing type of hog. Thought she had more base width than the gilt that was in 7, but just got to give her more muscle, more natural cutability to move her up any higher for me. This gilt that we end with, nice pig. It's got some shape in her back. Just gets pretty narrowed up underneath, gets pretty frail in her feature. Let's give them all a hand. It's getting kind of late in the mid-morning here. Let's liven the place up. Gets a little daunting as we take these long breaks, but we're still judging hogs, and these kids are working hard.
In Class 13, Market Gills. Receiving a first purple, Ava Carnop of Burke County. Second purple, Gage Creech of Scotts Bluff County. Third purple goes to Jasper Ritter of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Bo Wells of Valley County. Noah Roth of Hall County. Rachel Cook of Lancaster County. And Jamison Prince of Buffalo County. Currently in the ring, on the north ring, is our selection for our division champion lightweight market gilt.
Your first division of market gilts is awfully tough, and we've got a case for all 3 of these to be made, and I think all of them have different advantages. One I keep coming back to that's just the most opened up, the most edged up high, and still has more bone than anything out here, more natural bone. She probably doesn't have as much hair, but just more forearm, stoutness of skull, rear leg bone, just that round rib and that shape out of the backside of her blade that's really impressive as she comes at me. Young lady last class is going to win this first division. We bring the second out of that class. Really good appearing gilt in terms of her side view. A gilt that gets out and covers the ring pretty good. She gets a little frailer and a little more complicated out of her front end as we compare her back to these other 2. I think there's another one that more closely follows our champion just in terms of her bone and her shape, her roundness of body. A gilt that we would like to put a little more body into, but I think just coming and going width and muscle and bone, young man here is going to have a reserve. Bring the second out of that class, a gilt that's fresh. Is she square enough as she goes away is the question to get into that third hole. I think there's another one that's just super athletic. She didn't have enough bone for me, didn't have enough chest to get in that top two, but really fresh, super well presented young man here out of the first class. Congratulations.
Our champion Division I lightweight market gilt is shown by Ava Carnop of Burke County. Our reserve champion lightweight market gilt is shown by Eli Ritter of Cumming County. And our third place lightweight market gilt shown by Jagger Phillips of Seward County.
Nice place to start in this class. It's a challenging class. There's a lot of sorting you have to do, but I think this gilt needs to be up at the top. You know, she's not the most athletic thing out of her rear too, but just in terms of skeleton stoutness and just shape and real genuine shape, bone, you know, she gets around good enough for me to go ahead and let her win this class. The gilt that comes in two probably does have a rounder rib cage, rounder rib shape laid into her. She's not as good in her transitions when you study her from the side. She's not the most athletic thing either when you get in behind her. But I think just her freshness of body and her just depth of body and her smoothness and her rib design, I prefer over a notch more than this blue gilt that comes into three. The gilt in three, really heavy structured, really stout featured, got good shape, real shape out of the back side of her blade. We've got to make her square as we get in behind her. We've got to make her round her body and just truer there in her heart and her forerib to let her go up into that top pair. I thought she just had a notch more bone, a notch more real muscle in her in this gilt that comes next. Real good pattern gilt that's got a better body shape than the gilt ahead of her. You know, she's not perfect from behind either. You get in there behind her, but a gilt, I thought, just gave up quite a bit of bone, quite a bit of feature compared to that gilt ahead of her. But I do prefer her smoothness and her pattern over this gilt next. Real big muscle gilt next. Kind of works to her disadvantage. Gets a little rounder than I would prefer. Like to drop her flank to help her balance better. I thought she just had a lot more real muscle in this gilt that comes next. Young man does an excellent job with this gilt next. Does a great job getting her drove. Great job getting her presented. I just like to see more real muscle, more natural width through that gilt to move her up higher for me in a market setting. Gilt we end with, another nice gilt, good pattern, good look out front. Just gets a little more complicated, a little flatter out of that forerib, a little more complicated the way she uses those rear legs.
In class 14, market gilts. First purple going to Molly Weber of Johnson County. Second purple to Perry Kowalski from Sherman County. Third purple to Hatton Dean from Morrill County. Also receiving purples in the class, Cameron Vaughn of Phelps County. Laura Stitt of Seward County. Dakota Valek of Knox County. And Carson Lane of Douglas-Sarpy counties. Our sponsors for today's Market Swine Show include the Nebraska State Fair, the Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, Watovic Show Pigs, Parks of Nebraska. Our judge today is Nick Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. We currently have Class 15 market gilts in the show ring. In the North Show ring, after Class 16, we will finish this division drive in the North Show ring again with the selection of the middleweight market gilt.
Really nice class, and we've got an easy one to land on. This young man's black and white gilt needs to win, and after that, you've got to do some judging. But this is a really nice, fresh gilt. It's got the extra stoutness that I'm looking for and still handles the ring really comfortably out here. From then, I think the gilt that next most closely follows hers is chromed up gilt 2, really heavy bone. She's probably got a neater look out front than our class winner. She's not as shapely, not as fresh, not as robust as our class winner, but she does have just more spread and more natural width coming and going and up top than the gilt that comes into 3. Gilt coming into 3, really like her silhouette, like her rear leg usage. Just got to give her more shape, more power when I get right on top of her, especially on the back side of that blade and in that rear ham loin junction. But a nice gilt that's super fit a lot heavier structure than the gilt that comes next. Really big bodied gilt that comes next. Closes up too much as she comes at me. Gets a little too frail to get into that top end. But a gilt, I think, is just a notch fresher in her body, a notch more impressive as she leaves me than the gilt that comes next. Love the head on this gilt that comes next. Like her back shape that she offers. Gets pretty narrow gauged as I get right in behind her there. Just gets a notch frailer too as the gilts that are ahead of her. Another nice pig coming next. Just like to freshen her up in her body. Make her a notch more athletic out here, especially out of her rear too. But a gilt that has some power, some width, and some dimension to her. Like I said, just like to freshen her up. The late gilt class here, just a little frailer about her feature, a little more ordinary about her face. It's a little smaller bone in terms of her forearm. But a gilt that's got some body dimension. Think she's a notch more athletic, a notch fresher than the gilt that comes in after her. The two that we end with just need to freshen them up. Thought the gilt in 8 just had a notch more width and muscle. Gilt 9, real sound, just needs more width and dimension. Congratulations, nice class there. Really nice class winner.
In Class 15, Market Gilts, our first purple shown by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. Second purple to Mason Yonda of Howard County. Third to Jaden Runge of Platte County. Receiving blues in the class. Receiving purples in the class. Let's do purples first. Brooke Day of Buffalo County. And Jolie Divish of Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class. Jonathan Pope of Buffalo County. Chris Hawk of Gosper County. And Ryland Johnson of Kearney County. And Hudson Schmidt of Harlan County. In the ring, we have Class 16 Market Gilt, middleweight Market Gilts. After this class, we will finish with our division drive back in the North Show ring.
Another class you got to kind of sort through and pick your poison, but I think the most complete, best built one's this young man that starts this class, and really good and fresh in her body and fresh up top. And she is the most correct coming and going at me of the three power hogs we have to pick from at the top of this class. That's how she goes ahead and wins. The young man that ends up second, I like her a lot in terms of her added look and just out there pieces. Really good bone type of gilt. We get in behind her, and I just have a hard time making that hind leg work. Gilt there that just needs to be square in her hock to go ahead and win the class. But I love her bone that she offers. I love her look and her presence from the side. And I think she's just a notch more opened up and just dimensional than this gilt that comes into three. The gilt that comes into three, really good look ahead of her blade. Really fresh in terms of her shape and her presentation. Thought she was a little gauge narrower as she come right at me. She, too, needs to be better as she leaves me in terms of her hock placement and the way that she reaches out of that hip and that hock. Got a real nice gilt here that just kind of gets outpowered in terms of internal dimension for me. A gilt that's just a little more basic in terms of her dimension and spread. I do like her hock as she leaves me a notch better than the two that are ahead of her. But with that, she gives up a lot of width, a lot of dimension through her center, just a notch more bone, just not as much edged up shape in that gilt as the ones that are ahead of her. Gilt that ends up in 5, really fresh bodied. Thought she was the frailest in her foot and her bone of those top 5. That's why she ends up in the 5th hole for me. Gilt that comes next, real nice, real sound, just a little more common about her look, a little more common about her shape. Like to give her a notch more spread and just real genuine muscle as I get up on top of her and in behind her. But a gilt there that does have a good set of feet and legs. Really heavy muscle gilt here that comes next. Got to be sounder in terms of her reach out of her rear too. And then we end with some of them that just have some more complicated issues in terms of their structural width and their overall bone and substance. Congratulations. Nice class there. Nice top end.
In Class 16, Market Gilts, our first purple goes to Anthony Haas of Box Butte County. Second to Tate Priest of Burke County. Third to Brayson Miller of Merritt County. Receiving purples in the class, Laura Stitt of Seward County. Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. Henry Adams of Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues in the class, Avery Kaup of Cumming County. Allie Cook of Kimball Banner Counties. Jenna Peterson of Kearney County. And Lane Cornelius of Perkins County. We're preparing our division drive here in the North Show Ring. From Class 14, our first purple shown by Molly Weber of Johnson County. From Class 15, our first purple shown by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. And from Class 16, our first purple shown by Anthony Haas of Box Butte County.
Three really nice individuals. For me, there's one that's just fresher, heavier structured, and then is a little more athletic than the others in the drive. Young man's black and white gilt's going to be champion in this division. We bring the second place out of that class. Maybe not as fresh, not as heavy structured and out there as our champion, but a gilt that gets in the mix. I think the one that most closely follows our champion, not as square when you get in behind her, but definitely fresh, definitely good in terms of her presentation. Young man here at our last class is going to be a reserve. We dropped the second out of that last class. I like a lot of things about that gilt. She's got some far-reaching pieces. You know, she's a hind leg away from being our champion. She's going to be third today. Congratulations to him.
Our champion, middleweight market gilt, shown by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. Reserve champion, shown by Anthony Haas of Box Butte County. And third place, Tate Priest of Burke County.
Really nice trio at the top of this class, and I think the young man's got the one that just comes out here and demands your attention in terms of her look and her presence. Really good when you get on top of her in terms of her shape and her flair. Probably the heaviest structured out here that still handles it relatively well when you get in behind her. Nice place to start. Young lady's star-headed gilt. It's going to be second. Super impressive in terms of her shape and freshness when you get up on top of her. Didn't think she had as much reach and just spread when you get in behind her, but when you study her on the go from the side, she's not as loose in that hock joint. She's not as big in her forearm. Not as out there in terms of her look out ahead of her blade, but a gilt that's super fresh. Young lady's done an excellent job getting her to this point, getting her presented. And I thought there was just a little more forearm and front foot size than that gilt, than the gilt that comes into three. Gilt that comes into three, really fresh as well. Probably a little longer out ahead of her blade than the gilt in second. A gilt that gives up quite a bit when you get on top of her, just in terms of true edged up shape. And then you study her at the ground. She's the frailer option. She's the smaller boned option in terms of arm and rear leg. Nice gilt the young man brings to us next in four that's really got a good presentation to her in terms of her side view. A gilt there that's just a little rounder in her makeup. When you get in behind her, she's not as fresh in her presentation. She's not as opened up and doesn't have as much spread when you get right up on top of her. But I understand trying to keep that gilt in check probably created that narrower look up top, but a gilt that just needs to be different in terms of her muscle pattern for me to move her up any higher. Another nice fresh gilt that comes next. The young lady's done a really good job with. Pretty frail when we compare her to those top four. It just needs to be stouter at the ground in terms of her bone and foot. Little more ordinary type of gilt that comes out next. It's got muscle. Just got to make her a notch more fresh, a notch more square from behind. Then we get into three at the bottom end that just need to be put together with more balance and more correctness to move up any higher. But a nice class here. Let's put our hands together for them as we move on to your next class.
In Class 17, Market Gilts, receiving first purple, Cade Godekin from Platte County. Second purple goes to Allie Ritter of Cumming County. Third purple to Lila Krupicka of Lincoln County. Also receiving purples in the class, Hudson Schroeder of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County. Grace Wilkie of Lincoln County. Reese Harms of Thayer County. Eli Beal of Brown Rock, Kepahaw County, and Connor Oberg of Frontier County.
Nice class here at the top end. We got 6 of them in here that are real high quality. There's one that's just a little more edged up when you get over the top of her. Still stays square as she comes and goes, and gives you a youthful, just dense look from the side. Young lady on the 1184 is going to be our class winner. I think there's just more density in this gilt when you get on the top of her, just more roll and edge up top behind the backside of her blade than the gilt that's going to be 2 right here, this chromed up gilt. Really like the look ahead of her, this gilt's blade. I like the presentation she gives me some from the side. She's a little shorter rumped, a little different in her tail set there. It kind of takes away from her rear third, but she's not as heavy structured as our class winner. But most importantly, when you get on top of her, she's just blander and more plain in that muscle shape and the way that she presents herself up top. Real nice gilt that comes into 3 that just kind of takes a little while to get going. She's a little more common about her look when you study her out of her front end, and then you study her from her rear third. That's where I got to make her better. I got to get her a little more looseness to that hock joint, more looseness to that lower joint and that rear leg to let her go ahead and get up in the top pair for me. Another nice gilt here that's really youthful and really immature, really good in terms of her chest width and her shape. Of that top 4, she is the frailest. That's why she gets into that 4 hole. But I thought her chest width and just her freshness and her overall just fresh appearing shape allowed her to get over this gilt in 5. Really heavy structured type of gilt in 5. Probably better in type of a breeding type setting. Wants to close up quite a bit as she comes right directly at me. Wants to get a little plainer in her shape when you get up on top of her. Gilt that comes next. Another nice gilt that's got good shape up top. Gets a little rounder out of her rump. Gets a little wider in the way she's setting that hock. And she, too, I'd like to give more bone of that top 6 when we compare her to the 5 that are ahead of her. Nice gilt coming next. Just gets a little racy. Needs more body. Needs more condition. Then we end with the pair that just need more structural width. Congratulations. Nice class. Really nice top end in that particular class.
In Class 18, Market Gilts. Receiving first purple, Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Second purple goes to Kaylee Ruth of Butler County. Third purple goes to Ava Carnop of Burt County. Receiving purples in the class, Kylie Hackbart of Saline County. Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County. Riley Ritter of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Avery Kaup of Cumming County. Isaac Stuke of Saline County, and Aubrey Prachel of Saline County. We are currently showing Class 19 Market Gilts in our Division 3. We will follow that with the Division 3 Championship Drive back in the North Ring.
Little tougher decision in the top pair on this class, and I think a guy can go either way and make his case. To me, just a fresher option up top that's got more flair and more shape right out of the backside of her blade is the belted gilt the young man has. A gilt that really stays true and within herself as she comes and goes. I think she's just a notch more true at the ground and the way that she's built, but when you get up on top of her is really how she separates herself, in my opinion. The gilt, too, is a notch heavier bone. She has a notch bigger forearm in her, maybe a notch more spread through the base of her chest as she comes at you. She's a notch shorter out of her hip. She's a notch plainer in her back shape when you get her right on top of her. But if you want to flip that pair, I wouldn't argue with you one bit. The gilt here that's in 3, the blue gilt, just a little more challenged in her movement, but I thought with her pattern and her bone and just her silhouette from the side and her raw shape she offers, she needed to get in that top 3. Thought she was a notch fresher bodied than this gilt that comes next in 4. This is a nice hog that comes here in 4 that just needs to kind of get a speed and catch a gear out here, but just need to freshen her up in that rear flank and that lower body compared to our top 3. But I do like her substance that she offers. I like her ability to stay square and true when I get in behind her. But she's just so much stouter in terms of her bone and at the ground than the gilt that comes in 5. Gilt comes in 5. Really cool looking. Young man's doing a great job getting her presented. Skin and hair's on point. She's just a little frailer option when you study her at the ground and studying her rear leg than these ones that are ahead of her. Gilt that comes next just needs to get out and get comfortable. We got to lengthen her out of her rump, loosen her in her hock joint to move her up any higher for me. But a nice gilt that's got some stoutness, got some dimension to her center. Thought she was just a little smoother in her transitions than this gilt that comes next. Then we get into some gilts that just have some structure issues that we really got to sort through in terms of their feet and legs and the way they use their rear leg. Congratulations, nice class, really nice top pair.
In Class 19, our first purple shown by Brecken Hirschfeld from York County. Second purple goes to Emerson Pagels of Burke County. Third purple goes to Lane Mahaffey of Dodge County. Also receiving purple in the class, Merrick Reinsch of Fillmore County. Kenan Raber of Cass County. Receiving blues in the class, Addison Bates of Odo County. Carson Miller of Burke County. Addison Kaup of Cumming County. And Riker Olson of Webster County. Now we're moving to our championship drive for Division 3 out of Class 17. Our first purple shown by Cade Godekin of Platte County. Second purple, in Class 18, first purple, Morgan Clement of Saunders County. And out of Class 19, our first purple, Brecken Hirschfeld from York County.
Really nice trio to pick from in our last division here, and I think really turned up the heat in terms of quality with our class winners. To me, there's one that kind of separates herself in terms of having that added look, really good in terms of her shape, probably the heaviest featured one out here in terms of her rear leg bone, and handles it relatively well. Young man here in front of me is going to have our champion.
Second purple from Class 17, shown by Allie Ritter of Cumming County.
Another high quality gilt comes out next. It's got a great look from the side. You get on top of this one, and she is edged up and grooved up, really true to herself from front to rear, real tall fronted. I think a gilt that certainly gets in the mix. You know, the other gilt I think that it's between out here is the gilt here in front of me, a gilt that's super, super dense. You know, is this one big enough? Does she have enough height in terms of her length to really get out here in proportion? To me, she's a notch on the small side, a notch on the quick side. My second favorite one in this division will be the second out of that same class. Congratulations.
Third purple in Class 17, shown by Lila Krupika of Lincoln County.
We dropped the third out in that division in here, and a really good-looking gilt. It's got a great set of feet and legs in her, you know, maybe a little frailer at the ground as we study her. Third out, really dense, really stout. Didn't think she was quite big enough. Maybe her head didn't match her body quite as good to proportion, but one-dimensional animal. Young lady here is going to be our third.
In Division 3, heavyweight market gilts, our champion is shown by Cade Godekin of Platte County. Reserve champion, Allie Ritter of Cumming County. In third place, Morgan Clement of Saunders County. We're going to move over here to the South Ring and get our Division 1, 2, and 3 market gilts put together so we can have a champion overall market gilt. As we assemble for our overall market gilt show, we want to thank our sponsors, the Nebraska State Fair, Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, Kevin Witovic Show Pigs, the Parks of Nebraska. Our judge today is Nick Hoff-Schulte from Miami, Oklahoma. After the gilt show, we are going to transition to the barrow show, starting off with underweight market barrows. All right, let's get started on our gilt drive, championship gilt drive. In Division 1, our champion was Ava Carnop of Burke County. Our Division 2 champion gilt was shown by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. And our Division 3 heavyweight gilt was shown by Cade Godekin of Platte County.
Well, we've had a really good market gilt drive. Let's put our hands together for all these kids so far that have went through this market gilt show and purebred show. Really good quality. There's a pair of them out here. I think it comes between, you kind of got to pick your poison. One of them's a little sharper looking from the profile. One of them's maybe a little more dense. I think there's one of them that's just a shot more athletic, just a shot sharper in terms of her presentation. Young man out of the heavy division is going to have her champion.
Our reserve champion from the heavyweight division shown by Allie Ritter of Cumming County.
Bring our reserve out in that division, and really like her lines and her ability to pattern up from the profile. She stays good and true in terms of her build from top to bottom. A gilt, that may be giving up a little bit of structure in terms of her forearm and her rear leg to another one. There's another one that hit me awful hard in division, super heavy structured, really, really dense in her body and up top. Stays true and square as she leaves you. Young man's black and white. It's going to be reserve. We bring the reserve out in that division. A gilt that just gets a little blander maybe as you get on top of her, but super good in her build, really good in the roll to her cage. There's another one out here that's just a little more edged up. Love her pattern, love her look. Young lady out of the middle here, reserve is going to be our third overall.
Our grand champion market gilt shown by Cade Godekin of Platte County. Our reserve champion shown by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. In third place, Allie Ritter of Cumming County. Class, yeah. Our first class of market barrows is in the North Show Ring. It's our underweight class. We have 3 divisions of market barrows. With 6 classes in each division.
Got a nice pair of these lightweights that didn't quite make weight here. Fortunate thing is you guys have got multiple shows you can go to on this side of the country here. Roll on into Exarban or go to Kansas City, something like that. Young man with the calico is going to win this class. Got a really heavy structured, good design barrow that's just a little fresher than the young man that's going to be second here. Real nice structured pig that's got a good pattern to him. Just needs some time to come on with some muscle and develop, but not quite as heavy bone as our class winner. Congratulations, 2 of you. We'll move on to this next class and get into these market barrows.
In class 20, underweight market barrows, we have 2 blues, Charlie Winters of Hamilton County and Devin Dosey of Hamilton County.
Real nice way to start our crossbred barrow show off with. This young man's painted up barrow is going to lead off this class and does so pretty handily. Just looks like he's on his way up. He's youthful. He's got good shape, good bone. He handles himself really well out here on the surface. And that's how he beats the barrow in two, is just his front end comfort. The barrow in two is really, really round bodied, super well presented, big back. He's getting a little bit of grease on him at this stage of the game. For me, I'd like to clean him up in his lower third there and just clean him up out of his front end. But the reason why he gets into two for me is his ability to move out here out of his front end. He's a little more timid at the ground as he reaches for the surface, but a nice pig that's got a lot of good quality to him. Another good pig here that comes in three. The young man's got super heavy structured, really big up top. A pig that gets a little bit quick, maturing about his head and his front end. He gets a little flatter footed up front, which complicates his movement out of those front two. But I thought he was quite a bit stouter, just in terms of muscle and bone, than this barrow that comes next. If this one will man up with some maturity, we could like him a lot better in a month or so. A pig that's really good in terms of his pattern from the side. Just thought he was the frailest of that top end in this class in terms of his foot and his bone. Real big muscled pig here next. It just gets a little rounder out his rump, a little rounder in his pattern for me. A pig there that we just like to square up as we get right in behind him as well. Another pair here that come next just need freshened up, just need to move better out here on the surface to move up any higher for me. But a nice class here. Good way to start these crossbred barrows off. Let's give them a hand.
In Class 21, Market Barrows. First purple goes to Trampus Carr of Lincoln County. Second purple to Jaden Runge of Platte County. Third purple to Hunter Creech of Scotts Bluff County. Also receiving purples in the class, Mason Yonda of Howard County. Marissa Palm of Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Halsey Watson of Gage County. Raya Lavick of Butler County. And Caden Cisco of Odo County.
Well, a tough class to put together here, and we've got quality. The kids are doing a good job. They've got them presented well, but maybe not just that one that I can gravitate to and say he's my kind. But I find the least problems in this white one here that comes and goes with good enough dimension for me. He's probably the freshest in terms of his body and in terms of his tone up top. And blending and being smooth and covering the ring as comfortably as anything out here. That's why he's going to go ahead and win. He's better built as he comes at me than this belted barrow. I do like the shape this belted barrow brings to the table more than the one that I used to win. He's just too tight out of his front end. He wants to bow his elbow out as he comes at you. Point those front toes together. We got to make him more correct in that regard to let him go ahead and win the class. And then you have this barrow that's kind of the troublemaker in class that is sounder than the barrow in second. If you can get past his head and get past him leaving you, he could win the class for you. And I understand that. I really like his rib shape. I like his feet and legs. I got to have more jaw in a hog than this barrow presents. I got to have more muscle as he goes away from me than this barrow presents, and that's why he ends up in the 3-hole for me today. Probably the one I like the best from the profile is this barrow that comes out in fourth. Like his head shape, like his throat, love his shape that he brings to the table in terms of his back shape. When I get behind this pig, I just can't make that hind leg work for me in terms of squareness. He's too side to side, too out there. He worries me as days go on if he's going to stay sound enough, as does the pig that comes next. I really like this pig a lot, too, in terms of his bone and his shape. I just thought he really threw him out there when I get behind him. Too extreme in that regard to go ahead and let him move up any higher for me. Another pig here that's got a good look. He's really good built. A pig that narrows up quite a bit through his base as he comes and goes. We got to spread him out and give him a notch more real muscle for me to go any higher with him. Real nice pig coming next. Young lady's done a real good job in terms of skin and hair. Gets a little too short and sloped in his rump there. Gets a little too tight in his hock. But his side view presence just needs to be better in terms of his design for me to move him up any higher. Nice pig coming next. Just needs to be fresher. Needs to be bolder bodied. Needs to have a better look. Then we end with a pair that just need more muscle and need to be fresher. Congratulations. Nice class there.
In class 22, market barrows. First purple shown by Coy Klug of Platte County. Second purple by Mason Yonda of Howard County. Third purple by Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Also receiving purple in the class, Blaine Dunklaw of Wayne County. Charlie Winters of Hamilton County. Allie Ritter of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Paisley Winters of Hamilton County. Bo Wells of Valley County, Landon Johnson of Kearney County, and Reese Harms of Thayer County.
We get into this next class, and we've got a little bit of sort here, but I think the one that's the best built from the ground up is a young man on the far side. I like his comfortability out here as well as anything as he goes away from me. As he comes at me, he's still wide enough. A pig that's just patterns good from the profile. He's got good shape coming out of the backside of his blade. I know he's not the most well-presented thing in the world, but he's good enough. He's a little red in his belt, which takes away from his look. But just if you study that pig, the way he's built, the way his skeleton's laid into him, the way his shoulders laid into him, and the way that his hip hock to ground reads as he leaves you, I think it's a notch better than the barrow that comes into second. Another pig that's kind of turning red, that's taken away from his look, but that's a really opened up hog that's got a great mid-rib and fore-rib in him. Love his chest. It's when I get in behind him. He's a little shorter rump. He wants to take a little quicker step off those rear two. If we could loosen him up in that hock and that lower joint in terms of his rear pastern, I think we like him a notch better, but really love the cubic inches laid into that hog and the dimension that he offers as he comes at me. That's how he beats the barrow that's in 3 as he drives right directly at me. This one needs to be better. He needs to be bigger armed. He needs to be more pulled apart through his chest and his knee, but he's balanced. He's proportional. He's got a good mid-rib shape, and he gives you a good view as he leaves you in terms of some dimension of ham and muscle. I think that's where he beats this blue barrow. He's just got quite a bit more to him. Really good, flawless design in this blue barrow. Good back shape. Of that top end, he's the frailest at the ground. He's the most closed up as he comes directly at me, just the narrowest gauged. But she does a great job getting him drove, getting him presented today. Another good pig that comes next. It probably just doesn't proportion good enough for me. He's a little low to the ground in terms of in relation to his length of body. It takes away from his ability to balance from the side. A little more common about his throat and his head. Just like to edge him up too when I get in behind him. He gets a little plainer in his shape. But man, he's got a big rolled up back in him. He's got big bones. A pig out here that I think just covers the ring a notch better than this belted one coming next. This is a really good chested pig that's real big bone. Got good roll to his forerib. Got to make him longer out back. Got to make him reach better. Got to make him looser in his lower joints. Same goes for this barrow. Nice pig that's got good fresh skin and presentation. He's got good shape up in his back. It's his front and his rear third that get him beat. The way that he handles them at the surface, the way he moves out here, the way that he flexes out of that hock needs to be better. Nice black parrot that comes next. It's got a great design. He's got a great set of feet and legs. I thought he gave up too much just in terms of natural width, natural muscle dimension as he comes and goes. We got a pair of them here that still got quality. One that's just too racy for me, gets too long and too high and dry in his flank and body, but a pig that's really good design, really long hipped and heavy bone. Then we end with a barrow here that's got good shape, good body dimension, just too frail in terms of his bone and his feature at the ground. Congratulations. Nice class to sort through there.
In class 23 market barrows, first purple shown by Micah Lewis of Buffalo County. Second, Carmen Molina of Platte County. Third, Emerson Pagels of Burt County. Receiving purples in the class, Marissa Yonda of Howard County. Quinn Reeson of Hamilton County. Ty Valdez of Custer County. Kyson Bowes of Harlan County. Madden Harms of Thayer County. Emmett Ritter of Cumming County. And Bree Wells of Valley County. Currently in the ring is class 24 market barrows. We'll have 6 classes of market barrows and then have a division winner.
Another nice trio at top of this class. A young man's going to win. I think that one's just as square built as anything in the class. You know, he gets plenty far out there when you get behind him still, but still yet, I think just the way that he's built and the way that he's structured, I like this pig as much as anything in the class. Like his shape, like his turn to his rib. You know, he gets around good enough to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man here that has second has got one that probably is a little more flexible in terms of his hock, but I have an issue with him when I get him behind him. He wants to get outside of this plane more than the pig that starts the class. If we could square him up from hip hock to ground there, I think I'd like him a notch better. And then when you study him at the ground, he's a notch smaller footed. He's not as robust in terms of his shape and his mid body, but a pig there, if we could just mainly change him as he goes directly away from me, I'd like him a notch better. Pig coming here in 3, kind of slow motion type of deal. Just like to make him a notch neater out of his front end. He gets pretty thick and bully about that neck and that throat. Takes away from his look when you get off the side of him. Not as ridged up, not as shapely, not as heavy structured as that top pair. But he's just a notch fresher bodied, you know, the one that comes next. One that comes next gets out and goes. I like his motion out here, like his flexibility. Just like to give him a notch more lower body, notch more lower flank there to proportion and balance better from the profile and freshen him up. Really good pig here that's really stout. Young lady's done an excellent job getting him presented, getting his skin and hair on point. He's too low to the ground. We got to make him longer in his cannon. We got to make him square as he goes away. Just make him truer to himself as he leaves us in terms of his structure. Nice pig coming next. Just needs to be fresher, needs to be heavier structured. Like to have a different head on that pig, but really got some shape, some rump to him there. And then we end with 3 of them here that just kind of magnify their problems in terms of structure, in terms of look and balance out here. But everybody's doing a great job. Let's cheer them on as we move on to the next class.
In class 24 market barrows, our first purple shown by Gage Creech of Scottsbluff County. Second purple, Caden Kowalski of Sherman County. Third purple, Avery Kaup of Cumming County. Also receiving purples in the class, Tate Priest of Burt County. Lila Krupicka of Lincoln County. Receiving blues in the class, Wyatt Cook of Kimball Banner Counties. Brexon Harms of Thayer County. Landon Nodlinski of Perkins County. And Braxton May of Hamilton County. We're currently showing Class 25 market barrows here in our south ring. After Class 26, we will proceed to our Division I Lightweight Market Barrow Championship Drive, which will be in the south ring.
Really nice place to start and a refreshing place to start in this class. Really a barrow that exemplifies quality in terms of his look. Really gives you a good forearm and a rear leg to work with. Just a very nice, very comfortable place to start. Excellent looking show barrow there in this particular class. From there, I think the young man's barrow needs to be second. Really a stouty. Love the way that he comes and goes in terms of his width and dimension. Love the roll to his center body in his cage. He's not as athletic as our class winner. He's not as neat looking out of his front end and not as high end of a look in terms of his presence from the side. But that's a pig, I think, that just has more real structure, real muscle, just real genuine shape than the barrow that comes in 3. The barrow that comes in 3 is very fresh, very well presented. He's the frailest of that top 3. He's the plainest about his look up through his front end. That's a pig, though, that's got a lot of internal dimension through his center. I think he's just fresher and fresher in his shape and his dimension than the barrow that ends up in 4. The barrow that ends up in 4, good in his pattern and his design. Get on top of him. He's pretty shapeless in terms of his spread up high. We just got to make that thing bigger hearted, bigger fore-ribbed, more roll to that upper cage for me to go ahead and let him win, get up in that top trio. Pig coming next. Does have more roll and dimension. With that, he gives up a lot of structure. He's pretty common about his front end in terms of his throat. But that is one the young lady's done an excellent job with and getting him presented and getting him to this point. I just like to see more bone. The one that's kind of cantankerous here that comes in 6 just needs more width and bone to move him up any higher. Like his design, like his ability to get out here and cover the ring. We got 3 of them here that just need to be fresher, need to be more athletic, need to have a shot more stoutness, but everybody's doing a good job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
In Class 25 market barrows, our first purple shown by Diego Velasco from Otoe County. Second purple, Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Third purple shown by Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. Receiving purples in the class, Blaine Dunklaw from Wayne County. Avery Reeson from Hamilton County. Jalen McDermott from Perkins County. Receiving blues in the class, Kale Foster from Douglas Sarpy counties, Reese Harms from Thayer County, and Perry Kowalski from Sherman County.
Another class that's a little more challenging, but I think if you just go for youthful and look and kind and that shape up high, the young lady's belted barrow needs to win. You know, he's not the biggest thing at the ground in terms of his foot and his bone, but just his silhouette and his presence out here allows him to win this class. Then when you get on top of him, he's much more square in the top of his blade and out of the back side of it than the barrow that ends up two. The barrow that ends up two is heavier bone and wider chested. If you can get up past this thing's head, I think that you can go ahead and use him to win the class because he is heavier bone and wider chested. Get an awfully agey head on him to me, and he just has a hard time patterning up from the side. He wants to duck his head down the whole time, takes away from his look. Then when you get him behind him, he's just not quite as toned up. He's not quite as fresh and doesn't quite give you that good pattern and that good presentation from the profile as the barrow that I used to win. The young man coming next has got one that is more dense. He's wider in terms of his chest than the two that precede him. With that, he's a really low set. We got to make him longer in his cannon to help him proportion out here. And a barrow that just needs to handle his hind leg with more athleticism for me to get him up in that top pair. Nice pig coming next. Young lady's done an excellent job with getting him presented today. I thought he was by far the frailest of that top four. And one there that as he comes at me really wants to cave in at that knee, but just got to give him more stoutness at the ground in terms of his bone and his foot for me to move him up any higher. Nice pig coming next, just needs more width and dimension and stoutness, but a good presentation in terms of his skin and hair. Then we end with some that just get a little more complicated in their movement. They got to move better out here, be more athletic as we watch them come and go. But a nice class here. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos.
In Class 26, our first purple goes to Kinley Kaufman from Scotts Bluff County. Second purple to Carson Haas of Box Butte County. Third purple goes to Caden Kowalski of Sherman County. Also receiving purples in the class, Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County. Marini Vaughn of Antelope County. Receiving blues in the class, Brody Lane of Douglas Sarpy counties. Elia Beach of Odo County, and Olivia Beal of Brown, Rock, Kepahaw counties. We're getting organized for our Division I lightweight barrow drive in the South Show Ring. All right, in Class 21, our first purple shown by Trampus Carr of Lincoln County. From Class 22, Coy Klug from Platte County. Class 23, Micah Lewis from Buffalo County. Class 24, Gage Creech from Scottsbluff County. Class 25, Diego Velasco, Odo County. And Class 26, Kinley Kaufman from Scottsbluff County.
Let's put our hands together for these class winners. Our first division of Crossbred Market Hogs here, the Market Barrows. And, you know, we show as a family, and there's one thing that really, really irks me when I go to a show, when a show judge overcomplicates things and just doesn't keep it simple. I'm a man that likes to keep it simple, and I think there's one out here that made my job very, very simple in this first division. The young man here with this nice show pony, he's going to be our champion.
The second purple from Class 25, shown by Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County.
Second out of that class comes in, really a macho-made type of barrow that's really busted open through the center. You know, probably not athletic enough to get in the mix when we talk about our reserve. There's another one out here, I think, that's super, super stout and pliable, very, very good and immature. He looks like he needs to at this weight. Just so happens he come out of the first class. Reserve in the first division is going to be our first in the first class.
Our second purple from Class 21, Jaden Runge from Platte County.
Third in this division gets a lot tighter. I think a guy could make a case for any of these out here, and we bring that second out of that first class. He certainly gets the mix. A pig there that's got a lot of dimension through his center. You know, is he neat enough out of his front end? Is he comfortable enough out of his front end for you? If he is, he's probably your third favorite out here. There's another one that really brings a lot of out there pieces to the table. You know, he's not the most athletic, but just staying true to stoutness and build and squareness. Really edged up high. Young man with this belted barrow is going to be our third in this division.
Our champion in Division 1, Market Barrows, Diego Velasco of Odo County. Reserve champion goes to Trampus Carr of Lincoln County. And third place goes to Gage Creech of Scottsbluff County.
A nice class here to start this division off with, and there's good hogs all the way down through. It just gets a little more complicated to put them together, and I think if you just start from the ground up, the black bear needs to win in terms of being really sound and square, coming and going. He's really fluid in his movement out here. He's still got enough muscle, I think, and enough rib shape to go ahead and win this class. Just a really comfortable hog that's built right from the ground up, coming and going. Young lady's painted up barrow here. He's probably got a little more shape when you get over the top of him. He's not as sound out of his hock in the way that he reaches and goes off his rear too, but I like his roundness of body. I like his stoutness. He's still square from behind. Would just like to see him flex that lower joint a notch more appropriately, but a pig that's got good shape, good spread up high. Has got a good pattern from the side. Thought there was just quite a bit more to him in terms of his foot and bone than this white bear that comes in 3. The white bear that comes in 3 is really fresh, very well presented. He's got good shape out of the backside of his blade. He's the frailest in terms of his feature of those top 3. Just got to stouten him up in that rear leg and that front bone, but he's so good in terms of his shape and his squareness coming and going. Thought he needed to slide up there in that top 3 over this bear that comes next. The bear that comes next, really good and powerful up high, really good and powerful as he goes away from me in terms of his spread. As he comes at me, he gets a little short and quick in his front feet step. He gets straighter in the angle of that blade. We got to make him sounder out of his front end to move him up, but he's very, very fresh. He's very big-bodied. I just like the turn to his body better than this bear that comes next. Really sound, fluid, super highly presented type of a bear here that just needs more bone. He needs more doability to him in terms of his rear leg bone. I just like to see him pattern up a notch better. I like this pig coming next in terms of his look and his spread up high. He gets too straight up out in his front end for me. He wants to cave down through his lower body there, but a pig that does paint a good presentation in terms of his design and his lines from the side. Really stout, rugged type of bear that comes next that I thought just got a little plainer about his head and his look, but mainly when I get in behind this hog, I got to make him square from behind. Got to make him flex and go better out of that hip. That's a nice, powerful one there that just, too, gets a little timid out of that front end. Like I said, good hogs all the way through here. Just kind of a little mix and match, getting them put up and put to the right place. But just feet and legs was the main priority. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. Nice class in that first division.
In Class 27 market barrows, first purple shown by Rhett Rosenbaum of Washington County. Second purple, Alexis Warner, Washington County. Third purple, Bristol Woolsey from Seward County. Also receiving purples in the class, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. Kylie Hackbart from Saline County. Avery Ruth from Butler County. And Rhett Rosenbaum from Washington County.
Nice pair here on the top. Just some more athletes. A young man here that's going to win this class, and just super fresh when you get up on top of him. I think he's longer out back, allows him to take a longer step. And, I'll be the first to admit he's not the power hog when he comes right at you. But I think just in terms of freshness and tone and his ability to get out and pattern, he's a little more raw in his design, which adds to his look, I think, and gives him the edge to go ahead and win this class. Young man at 2, you got the wider chested barrow for sure. That's boulder bladed. With that, he gets a little shorter about his neck and his head. He gets a little greasier in his condition for me compared to our class winner. But mainly, he's shorter in his rump, shorter in his step on his rear, too. But man, that's a boxy, square one that's got a lot of product through his center. And I think he's just a little sounder option out of his front end than this barrow that comes in 3. Really, really big muscled hog here that's packing a lot of heat. Just works to his disadvantage. We got to make him looser off both ends of his skeleton, but he's so fresh, so well presented, and just ready to go. I think there's a lot more width to that barrow than the one that comes in 4. The one that comes in 4, I like his front feet. I like his shoulder, how it's laid into him. He gets a little higher in his flank. He's not quite as good in terms of his width and dimension as you get right in behind him there. Probably not as square in his hock, not as big in his rear leg. Nice pig that comes next to here that I like his edged up back. He's really good as he comes directly at me. We got to make him square. Got to make him more correct as he goes away from me. Nice pig here that comes next. If you want to push him up higher, I wouldn't disagree. He's really good in terms of his balance. Thought he just really run out of bone. We study him in terms of his rear leg. We get in behind him, study his front foot. He's the frailest to that top end, but she's done an excellent job getting him to this point. She's got him looking right, very fresh, very well presented. Just needs more bone and feature for me to move him up any higher. Nice pig coming next here that we just got to put more real muscle into. Got to make him more of an athlete out of those rear 2 to put him up any higher. We end with a pair of them that have some quality. They just need more wit, more substance to them. Congratulations to all you kids. Nice class.
In Class 28 Market Barrows, our first purple goes to Cade Godekin of Platte County. Second purple to Regan Crackey of Gage County. Third purple to Cooper Lovett of Gage County. Also receiving purples in the class, Riley Ritter of Cumming County. Tate Priest of Burt County. Amelia Heller of Cumming County. Emma Bexera of Hamilton County. Receiving blues in the class, Leighton Schroeder of Cumming County. And Bowen Bridges of Johnson County.
A nice class here. We got 4 of them that have some quality in this class to pick from, and I think of the top pair of stouter ones, there's one that just presents himself a little more youthful, a little more correctly from the profile. He's a little longer out back and takes a little longer, more correct step out of his rear too, and one that just is really edged up and fresh when you get over the top of him. A nice place to start. The young man that comes into second's really got one that's super busted open, coming and going. He's super good in terms of his tone and freshness up top. You get off the side of him, he gets a little shorter about his rump. He gets a little crestier about his neck and just older and coarser about his head. But mainly that pig, the way that he handles those rear two, I'd like to just lengthen that rump and lengthen his step and make him more comfortable off of those rear two to let him go ahead and beat our class winner. Young man here in third has got another one that's super fresh, super well presented. I like his body and his center as well as anything. Thought of that top 3. He was the frailest in terms of his bone work, especially when you study him up there in his arm and his front foot. But man, he's super ready to go. He's super good bodied. And I thought he just handled his rear leg a notch more appropriately than this black-headed hog here coming next. Really good and edged up the backside of his blade. One that comes good and square. He just gets the most complicated in his movement on those rear two as we study him up in that top 4 of this class. Got to make him looser in his hock and looser in his lower joint. Come with another pig here that's got a really good shape and tone to him. He closes up too much as he comes at me. He gets too frail in terms of his front bone and just his feature. Really good pattern hog coming next. It's got a loose build to him. Thought he gave up too much muscle and width and just gauge too narrow to move up any higher for me today. But a nice pig. The young man's done a great job getting his skin and hair right and getting him ready to this point. Really stout pig coming next. We just got to freshen him up, make him more youthful in his presentation. Then we end with a pair of them that just need to be wider and heavier muscled. Congratulations. Nice class there. Good job to all you kids.
In Class 29, Market Barrows, our first purple shown by Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County. Second purple, Brecken Hirschfeld, York County. Third purple, Caleb Hackbart of Saline County, receiving purples in the class. Braden Schaffersman of Dodge County. Kendall Godekin of Platte County. Dakota Villek of Knox County, receiving blues in the class. Annalyn Beach of Odo County. Aubrey Prachel of Saline County. And Rylan Johnson of Kearney County.
Nice place to start in this class. A really stout, heavy structured individual there that just brings the most to the table in terms of width and dimension. He's not perfect, but he's very, very good in terms of his build, in terms of his presentation out here and the way that he comes and goes. I think there's a lot more to him, especially coming right directly at me, than the bear that ends up in second. Like the bear in second, it's added elevation, like his linked out front a notch better than my class winner. He's not as big armed. He's not as opened up, coming and going. Not as many cubic inches in that hog as our bear that wins the class. But he is just fresher, and he gets out, and he's more athletic than this bear that ends up in three. If this young lady get this pig going and moving where we could really evaluate him a notch better, I think we like him. He needs to be fuller for me in his mid-rib there, one that just wants to get a little flatter about his rib design. He's not as opened up as those top two that we have in this particular class, but he's really heavy boned. He's really balanced. He gives you a great look from the side when she gets him going and gets him presented. Same for this calico bear. Gives you a good look from the side. Didn't find him probably quite as edged up as that bear ahead of him in terms of just his raw natural shape, but he's got good width and dimension coming and going. He too, I'd like to see just rounder ribbed and fuller in that mid body to get him up in that top pair, but a nice pig that goes fourth there that I thought just needed a shot more real muscle. Got to fix the rear too on this pig, give him a shot more bone to move him up any higher for me, but mainly the way that hock joint works and the way that rear pastern flexes, I'd like to make him just more opened up and bigger in that rear leg. Nice pig coming next. He's got some flexibility. He's got some bone to him. Wants to cave in at his knee pretty hard as he drives right directly at me. Wants to get pretty bland in his shape, especially through his stifle and his rear view there. But a nice pig that's got a lot of good to him. We end with a pair that I just like to give more natural width and muscle to. Congratulations. Nice class of hogs there.
In Class 30 market barrows, our first purple shown by Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Second purple, Brayson Miller, Merritt County. Third purple, Avery Reeson from Hamilton County. Also receiving purples in the class, Charlie Winters from Hamilton County. Quinn Reeson from Hamilton County. Receiving blues in the class, Addison Kaup from Cumming County. Lane Cornelius from Perkins County. And Brinley Kessler from Seward County.
Comes down to a pair of them, and of that pair, we got one that uses his hind leg more correctly in this white barrow. He's longer out back and just squarer when you get in behind him. He's still got good shape up high and comes at you good enough. But when he gets off the side, he flexes and goes and uses that hind leg with more authority than the barrow that comes into two. The barrow that comes into two does have more muscle. He is ridged up better when you get into him on top. But when you get in behind him, man, he just has a hard time figuring out where he wants to put those hind legs. He's a little frailer option in terms of his bone when you get right in behind him. Study that rear view bone. But a pig there that I just got to square up. I got to make him more athletic out of that hip and that hock to move him up and let him win the class. But a nice pig. Young man's done an excellent job getting him ready and getting him presented. Nice pig here. Just got to go better. I thought he was just the next freshest option. Just gets too flat on all fours. Got to make him sounder. But I think he is fresher than this Belta bear that comes next in terms of his skin and hair and his presentation. But a pig there that comes out next, it just gets a little round when you get in behind him. Gets a little bouncy off those rear legs. You kind of wonder how long he's going to last. That's why he is where he is today. But a pig that's got a lot of power, got a lot of muscle. He's heavier bone than this bear that comes next. Really good in terms of his height and his condition. Young man's done an excellent job with him, getting him to this point. Thought he got pretty closed up as he come at me. Thought he gave up a lot of bone. We start comparing him to those ones ahead of him. Nice pig here next. I'd just like to freshen him up. He's a notch too full. It takes away from his look. Like to clean him up in that lower third and just make him sounder out of his front end, the way that shoulder's laid into him. But a nice pig that does have a lot of width and muscle. Pig coming next. We got to make him heavier bone. We got to make him sounder out back. But one there that does have some doability in terms of his rib shape, in terms of his muscle, in terms of his cutability. Pig next, just got to be sounder out of those rear two. Got to be more correct. Then we end with one that's dealing with an injury. Just got to clean him up in that rear joint. But a nice class. Kids all doing a great job. Congratulations to all of you.
In Class 31 Market Barrows, our first purple shown by Eliza Divish from Saunders County. Second purple by Regan Crackey from Gage County. Third purple, Lydia Donahue from Saunders County. Also receiving purples in the class, Elia Beach from Odo County. Wyatt Moat from Gage County. And Brooke Luchtenhaus from Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Isaac Stuke of Saline County, Grace Wilkie of Lincoln County, and Bree Wells of Valley County.
little more challenging of a class here, and there's some different ways a guy can tie into, but I think just the most correct one on his feet and legs as he comes and goes. And at the surface, the young man here with this belted barrow, he's much more appropriate as he comes at me from blade knee to ground than our second barrow that's in this class, and a barrow there that still gives you some shape when you get up on top of him, gives you a good look out here from the profile, just a little taller fronted, a little more appropriate in his blade set. Young man's barrow that ends up in second here is a heavier boned option, one there that does have a good rib cage laid into him. You know, when he comes and goes, I've got issues with his feet. I'd like to make him more comfortable, more athletic out of his shoulder and out of his front foot, but a pig there that's packing a punch when he goes away from you, very fresh and very fit in terms of his body. Young lady that ends up in three, she's got a barrow that's just kind of wanting to run around out here, and it's hard to look at, but he's opened up through his chest. He's got a big back laid into him there. Wants to get a little outside himself as he leaves me, wants to go a little more east and west than I'd like to see, but a barrow that's got some bone, he's got some feature, he's got some body to him there, but a pig I just like to lengthen out of his rump, square him up as I get in behind him to move him up any higher. Thought he just had a lot more bone, a lot more substance, a lot more my kind in terms of his head shape and his forearm and his bone, and this barrow that comes into four. Super, super fresh, very fit. Gives you a good look from the side. You know, if he's got enough bone for you, you can run him up higher. For me, I got to make him stouter in his arm and his rear leg. Got to man him up as he comes at me to get him up any higher. There is a more of a man option that comes next. You know, it's kind of a give and take in this class, and one that does have more bone and more shape, more genuine just muscle. But with that, you know, he comes with a lot shorter of a step. It's a lot harder to get this hog to proportion up from the profile for me. When you study him in terms of his hip length and the way that his smoothness is, he gets a bit wrinkly there in his back and his transition. I just like to freshen him up in his skin and hair, give him a notch more athleticism out of his rear too, to allow him to get up any higher for me. Another pig that's got a lot of quality that comes next, just runs out of bone in terms of relation to his mass. It doesn't really fit. It takes away from his balance. I'd like to stouten him up at his foot and his bone to go along with all of that body and muscle that he brings to the table. Another good pig that still has quality here. Gives you a real good look from the side. You know, as he comes and goes, does he have enough just real width and real muscle to him? I thought he got awfully flat in his rib design and his overall width, but the young man's doing a great job. He's got a skin and hair looking right. We went with the pair of them that are a little more problematic. The barrow that comes next, and this black one's really good from the profile. Like to darken him up in his hide, but mainly like to give him more structural width and just more muscle throughout to move him up. Barrow that we end with got a lot of body to him, got a lot of width and muscle. He's just got to go better. He's got to give me a more high quality, high end type of look. A little higher quality head on him wouldn't hurt him as well. But a nice pig also that we end with. Congratulations, good quality all the way through that class.
In Class 32, Market Barrows, receiving first purple, Baker Krupicka of Lincoln County. Second purple goes to Rhett Rosenbaum of Washington County. Third purple, Tamara Reinsch of Fillmore County. Receiving purples in the class, Taryn Sudik of Saunders County. Brayson Miller of Merritt County. Quinn Reeson of Hamilton County. Boyne Armnecht of Keith County. Chloe Kessler of Seward County. And Ty Valdez of Custer County. We are organizing here in the North Show Ring for our Division II Championship Drive. As we're preparing for that, we have a lot of volunteers working their way around the arena. We have volunteers that are university faculty that volunteered their time to come out outside of their duties. We also have some volunteers in the show ring that are students at the University of Nebraska. We'd like to thank them for all their hard work. From Class 27, our first purple is Rhett Rosenbaum, Washington County. From Class 28, Cade Godekin from Platte County. From Class 29, Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. From Class 30, Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. From Class 31, Eliza Divish from Saunders County. And from Class 32, Baker Krupicka from Lincoln County.
Nice division to work through. Let's give all these kids a hand for making it to this point. Maybe not just the obvious type of a winner that we had in our last division out here, but I think staying true to that type, that look, that build, that extra shape and extra bone, that extra stoutness and sturdiness that I'm looking for. I think there's one out here that I got to tie into that just offers us a little more bone, a little more look out front, and a little more real shape when you get on top of him. Young lady here is going to have her champion.
The second purple from Class 29, shown by Brecken Hirschfeld from York County.
Bring the second in that class, and one that gets a little more coarse about his front end, but I'd rather have him that way than skinny-headed. One that really brings some power to the table, and you get him out here and compare him to the rest of them. He is one that's really packing a punch as he comes and goes. I didn't find him quite as flexible as our champion in this division. He's still my second favorite. Congratulations.
The third purple in Class 29, shown by Caleb Hackbart of Saline County.
Get out here for third, and it gets even closer. I think there's another one that just probably handles the surface as well as anything. He's super basic in his build in terms of his front leg design, in terms of his way that he handles his rump and his rear leg. Really good in terms of his center. Young man here is going to be our third out. Congratulations.
Our champion in Division 2, Market Barrows, is Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. Reserve champion, Brecken Hirschfeld from York County. Third place, Division 2, Market Barrow, is shown by Rhett Rosenbaum of Washington County.
Well, a really nice class and a really nice pair up here at the top, and it's close to me. I think there's one of them that's just a notch more athletic out of his rear, too. And, man, he's so impressive when you get over the top of him. He does have that macho build that I'm looking for out of the backside of his blade and the density. I think he's just a notch more comfortable out of his rear leg. Young lady's belted barrow is going to start this particular class. The young man with the blue barrow here that ends up in second is one that's probably a little bigger in terms of his front arm, one that's very, very good too. And the spread that he has when you get on top of him, he doesn't have the outward turn to his forerib when you get on top of him. He doesn't have the looseness of Hawk and the reach when you get off the side of him, but a barrow there that's got a lot of good in terms of his front 2/3. A young lady that ends up here in threes, one that's got a really basic built one, real loose structured, a real heavy structured type of barrow. It gets out horsed in terms of his shape and his muscle when you get up on top of that barrow. A barrow that gets a little flatter in his rib design, but I love the way he covers the ring. I love his added bone and just pattern that he brings to the table. Thought he had a notch more structure in just front arm and front foot than the barrow that comes next. Really dense in terms of his center, really sharp out front in terms of his look. Thought he closed up a bit as he comes directly at me, but mainly I got to give that thing more bone and more foot to move him up in that top trio. Young lady's barrow that comes next is one that's just a real good market hog type of a barrow that probably doesn't have the look and the readiness of those ones ahead of him, but when you just break him down, he's really good-footed and really sound. He's not quite as robust through his center as those hogs that are ahead of him. He's not quite as wild and toned up in terms of his top shape. But a nice pig, I thought, just was a little sounder than this hog that comes next. If we can pitch this one's blade back in him and make him sounder out of them front two, we can get him up a lot higher. But he's just got to be sounder moving out of his front end to go up any higher. Barrow that comes next, really a meat and potatoes type of hog that's just pushing a little too much fat for me. We've got to lean him up and make him a little higher cutability, but a barrow that's got good feet and a good set of running gears underneath him there. Just like to give him more genuine shape and more muscle in terms of that lower third, lean him up in that regard, but a pig that's got some doability to him and some base width. Two that we end with, nice hogs young people are doing a great job with, probably got a little more look ahead of them than the ones that's ahead of them. Just got a little too long, too flat in their cage for me. Like to spread them in that regard. Congratulations. Nice class all the way through.
In Class 33, Market Barrows, first purple, shown by Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Second purple, Brecken Hirschfeld, York County. Third purple, Ava Carnop, Burke County. Receiving purples in the class, Hadley Dunklaw, Wayne County. Cameron Vaughn, Phelps County. Eli Ritter, Cumming County. Jackson Stitt, Seward County. Lane Welch, Frontier County, and Natalie DeWispelair, Butler County.
There's some good hogs all the way through here, and I think the one I start with is kind of the combination of 3 and 2. And he's not the most out there in any area, but he's still got good enough shape. He balances as good as anything in this class from the profile. Has the best body shape of these top 3, and one there that just balances and is designed and puts himself together as well as anything from the profile for me. Young man is second. If your pig's just a little lower set in relation to his length, and that's what takes away from him. For me, he's not as good to look at, and he's not as pleasing to look at from the profile as our class winner. He is more opened up through his chest. He does have more muscle. It's just a give and take thing. He's got plenty of set to his hind leg. I just have a hard time getting that hog to pattern right from the profile. If he does, he wins the class fairly easy. For me today, just gets a little piecey when you study him off from the side. The bear that ends up in 3, the same goes for him. He's a little too short out of his rump to pattern and balance correctly. And I thought of that top trio. He was the plainest in his shape when I got on top of him and got in behind him. I do like him from his flank forward. I like his head shape. If we could lengthen him out of his rump, give him a notch more shape and just power when I get right in behind this hog, I think he can go ahead and win the class. But today, like I said, he's too short rump, too plain in his shape. Young man that comes into 4 here, and one that just needs a shot more bone to get up in that trio. A really good pig in terms of his skin and his hide. He's done a great job getting him presented today. I thought he was the plainest about his muscle. Thought he was the narrowest gauged of that top end, but a pig that does give you a great look from the side. He's got good feet and legs. I just like to power him up. Same goes for this bear that comes next. Is a one, that just is really sound and fluid out here. I thought he gave up quite a bit of muscle shape when he got up on top of him compared to the one ahead of him. I thought that he just gave up quite a bit of muscle in general. That's why he ends up number 6 today. Young ladies, Blueberry here is one that's got a lot of good to him in terms of just shape and dimension. If you can get past his front end, you can move him up quite a bit. He just labors too much out of that front shoulder and those front feet, but one that is dense and wide and got some muscle. I'd like to freshen him up, too, in his presentation, but a nice pig there that's got a lot of fundamental value. The bear that comes next, very, very fresh, very fit. Young lady's done a great job of getting him to this point in terms of his skin and hair. Takes a lot of work to get one to look this good, but to me, he's the frailest of that top end. One that just needs to have more bone, have more spread when you get on top of him in terms of his center, but a pig that does give you a good look from the side, very well presented. Just thought he gave up a lot in terms of front arm and bone. Another good pig here that's got some muscle. Gets a little plainer about his look. Just like to neaten him up in terms of his look and presentation up through his front end. Like to give him more internal dimension as he comes right directly at me in terms of his chest and his knee. Nice pig coming next. Just dealing with an injury there. We got to make him sounder today. We end with one here that we'd like to make sounder out of his front end, make him fresher in his appearance. Young lady's bear that we end with, we just like to spread him, but she's done a good job getting him presented today in terms of skin and hair. Just needs more muscle and width. Congratulations. Nice class there, kids.
In class 34, first purple shown by Cruz Molina of Platte County. Second purple to Baker Krupicka of Lincoln County. Third purple to Cooper Lovett of Gage County. Receiving purples in the class, Coy Klug of Platte County. Emerson Pagels of Burke County. Perry Kowalski of Sherman County. Jolie Divish of Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Oliver Schmidt of Harlan County. Ty Valdez of Custer County. Annalyn Beach of Odo County. And Kuiper Vaughn of Phelps County. Our superintendents for today's show are Julie Schultz from Pierce County, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin County, and Michaela Blender from Furnace County. Our sponsors of the swine show this year's fair are Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, Nebraska State Fair, Kevin Witovic Show Pigs, and Parks of Nebraska.
Yeah, a lot of give and take here, and I think just some more opened up. One of this pair at the top is the young lady's belted bear here, and just gets around the ring a little better. I like him a lot better when I get right in behind him in terms of his shape and just fullness of the way that he brings together his stifle to the center part of his ham. A bear there that comes at me with a notch more width and dimension that just really gets out and covers the ring well. Young lady's bear that comes in second, super good skin and hair and presentation. You know, you get him behind this hog and he just kind of gives up a lot in terms of that lower stifle and just overall gauge and width from behind. He too, as he comes at me, I just like to pry apart. Super good profiling pig, little straighter in the pitch to his blade, really fresh. Just like to pry him open all the way through his body to move him up and let him win this particular class. The young lady that comes next got one that has a lot of shape, a lot of dimension to him. Thought he was the frailest of those top three at the ground. Thought he got a little too wide as he left me in terms of the way he handles his hock. But a nice pig there that's got a lot of shape and real muscle into him. Really like the front 2/3 of this pig here. From his flank forward, he's probably my favorite in the class. From there back, he's got to be better. We got to make him looser in that hock joint, make him more comfortable and more authoritative off the way that he handles those rear two to put him up any higher for me. Nice pig here that comes at you with a big chest, got a good look from the side, gets a little snaky about his head for more than what I like, but more importantly, just gets a little shorter in his rump in relation to his length of side. I have a hard time to getting him proportion right from the profile. But a pig that's got a stouter chest in him. He's got a more sure hind leg as he leaves me than the bear that comes out here next. The bear that comes out next, really like his shape and dimension that he offers up top and through his center. I got to square him up as he leaves me there at his hock and just make him truer to his body as he goes right directly away from me to move him up any higher. Really big muscled hog that comes next. Got to have more look, got to have more balance to move him up any higher for me. And then we have a pair of hogs here that just need more quality, just need more width and muscle to move them up any higher today. Nice class, though, here. Let's give them all a round of applause. Doing a great job.
in Class 35 Market Barrows. Receiving first purple, Kendall Godekin from Platte County. Second purple goes to Madison Stewart of Cumming County. Third purple to Emerson Pagels of Burke County. Receiving purples in the class, Cooper Lovett of Gage County. Emmett Ritter of Cumming County. Blake Day of Buffalo County. Receiving blues in the class, Trent Miller of Burt County. Emma Beck-Sarah of Hamilton County. And Dalton Shotkowski of Lancaster County. We are currently showing Class 36 Market Barrows. After Class 37, we will organize for our heavyweight Market Barrow division drive. Then we will select a overall heavyweight champion Market Barrow. Copy. And then we will do our Pharaoh to own selection and announcements for our Pharaoh to own winners.
Nice pair here at the top of the two fresher ones in this class, and I think the young man's barrow is just a little bolder as he comes right directly at me when he's studying him out of the backside of his blade. As he leaves me, I think he's just a notch truer and squarer than the barrow that ends up in second. He's definitely got more stifle and power, and does it in a little heavier bone type of a package. Young lady's barrow in second. Another fresh fit one here that's got good shape out of the backside of his blade. He's not as heavy structured as my class winner. He's not just as sure on the way that he handles his rear leg as he goes directly away from me. That's why he ends up in 2 for me. I thought he was just a notch heavier structure, though, than the barrow that comes next. I love the look that he offers us out of his front end, the way that his neck ties into his head and out of his shoulder, but a barrow that gives up quite a bit at the ground in terms of his foot and his bone. And when you get in behind this hog, he just wants to get a little outside himself and a little straight there in the way that he handles this hog. Nice pig here that's good pattern, really rugged, probably heavier bone than the one ahead of him. Thought he was a little plainer in his shape, thought he was a little flatter in his rib design, gets a little coarser and agier about that head, but a nice pig there. I thought just a shot fresher than the one that comes out next. A pig here that's dealing with a little bit of a skin issue. It takes away from his look. Really a heavy structured type of barrow. I just like to edge him up a notch more, just pry him open as he comes right directly at me and as he goes away. But a pig that's got a good set of feet and legs, a good set of bones. We just like to make him a notch fresher in his overall appearance. Really nice pig here that comes next. It's got a good presentation about him. Pretty frail. Thought he run out of bone, and to get up in that top 5, just got to make him stouter at the ground today. Then we got one here. We got to freshen up. We got to make him sounder as he goes away from me. We end with a pair of them. We just want to give more width and structure too. Congratulations, nice class. Congratulations to all you kids.
In class 36, first purple shown by Kyson Bowes of Harlan County. Second purple shown by Taryn Sudik of Saunders County. Third purple shown by Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County. Receiving purples in the class, Bristol Woolsey of Seward County. Rhett Rosenbaum from Washington County. Brooke Luchtenhaus from Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Trevin Stuke of Saline County. Jenna Peterson of Kearney County. And Keely Vaughn of Phelps County.
Well, we get up here into these heavier barrows and they start to kind of wither away on us, and I think that's how I just land on this barrow that's here, the black barrow that the young man has. He's got more cubic inches laid into him. You get on top of him, and he's much fresher through his center and out of the backside of his blade. You leaves you a little fresher there through his stifle, and one that's just a little tonier when you get right on top of him in terms of his edge and his shape. Probably the one I prefer, the head shape of, comes next. One that's really good from the profile in terms of his lines, in terms of his hind leg set. He's given up quite a bit as he comes right directly at me, and through this center body and this forerib, he's just a notch blander today there up on top, out behind his blade, and as he leaves me, but a really good silhouette and a hog there. If he's got enough to him, you can go ahead and run him up and use him to win this class. Young lady here that comes next probably does have the freshest one of those top three. If you can get past his hind leg, that hind leg there just doesn't really work for me. He's pretty stilty, pretty straight in that hawk, wants to kind of hitch step in the way that he moves out of his rear too. But I do like his added stoutness of feature up through his face and his head. Do like his added shape that he does have up on top over this black bear that comes next. Black bear, really good and sound, really good outline. Just one that gives up quite a bit in terms of muscularity, in terms of bone when you start studying him there in his arm and his front foot. Nice pattern pig that comes next. Just getting a little agey, getting a little plainer in his shape and the way that he comes and goes. But a nice pig. The young man's done a great job too with up to this point. A pig here that just gets too refined for me about his face. He just needs to be fresher out here in terms of his presentation. I thought he was the frailest of that top six that we had to deal with. Another pig here that just gets too straight up in his shoulder, but a pig that's got some doability to him, some width and some muscle. Then we've got a couple of them here down through here, these last three that just need more shape, more width to move them up any higher. Let's give these kids a round of applause for our last class of Crossbred Barrows.
In class 37, Market Barrows. Our first purple shown by Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Second purple, Landon Schaefer from Seward County. Third purple, Bryn Weber from Johnson County. Receiving purples in the class, Jaden Meyer of Buffalo County. Kristen Peterson of Kearney County. Aaliyah Beach of Odo County. Haley Garacki of Johnson County. Eli Beal of Brown Rock, Kepaha Counties. Aubrey Prachel of Saline County. And Kaisley Raber of Cass County. We are beginning our Division III Championship Drive. In class 33, first purple, Morgan Clement of Saunders County. And from class 34, first purple, Cruz Molina of Platte County. From class 35, Kendall Godekin of Platte County. From class 36, Kyson Bowes of Harlan County. From class 37, Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. At the conclusion of the Division III Market Barrow Drive, we will transition and do our Pharaoh and owned cohort market hogs shown in the north ring. So we will take just a little time to rotate that north ring, and then we will follow that with our selection of our overall market barrow back in the south ring.
Well, again, let's put our hands together for these class winners as we select your champion heavy crossbred barrow today, and a really good set of them out here. I think there's one that you just can't deny. When you get on top of him, he's super, super macho, super impressive. I think he handles his hind leg as well as anything in this selection as well. Young lady here, you're going to have our champion. Congratulations.
Coming out as second purple from Class 33, Brecken Hirschfeld from York County.
We bring the second out of that class, another one that's got tremendous shape when you get up on top of him. You know, he's a little slopier about his rump. He's not as comfortable in the way that he pulls his hock back past his tail. There's another one out here, I think, that gets in the mix in terms of his pattern. He's super, super good and bold in his chest. He's really square as he leaves you. He's still got good shape. A little longer, but it works to his advantage in terms of his rump. Young man here with this wide belted barrow, you're going to have reserve.
Coming out as the second purple out of Class 36 is Terrence Sudik of Saunders County.
We bring the third out there. Maybe one that's just a little plainer about his hip, a little frailer about his bone work. I think there's another one that needs to crack the top three that's just tremendous in terms of his back shape. Not quite as correct out of his rump. Young man's Blue Bear is going to be our third out in the heavy division.
Our champion heavyweight market barrow, shown by Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Reserve champion, shown by Kyson Bowes of Harlan County. In third place, Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. We are going to work to assemble our Pharaoh and owned cohort of pigs in our north ring. 4-Hers, if you are interested, from 2 to 4 p.m. today, they're having an event, 4-H Day, at the fair, and it is at the Pump and Pantry Party Place on the east side of the fairgrounds, down by the horse arenas down there. So that's from 2 to 4 p.m. There is ice cream and other activities, so make your way down there between 2 and 4 p.m. To have a little snack. As we assemble our Pharaoh to Own cohort here, I just wanted to announce some of our volunteers. We have a number of volunteers here that are university faculty members, that are, ag educators and other things, but they're volunteering their time to come out and help. We also have some students who are volunteering to come out. They are students with Animal Science Department. We also have to have our interim dean of the College of Ag here. Dr. Tom Berkey is in the ring helping out. Wave Tom for us. This is our interim dean of the College of Ag. He's here to help, and give him a say hi to him if you get a chance. Thank you for coming out. The Nebraska Pharaoh and Own cohort is designed to enhance the traditional 4-H swine project and cultivate the next generation of leaders in the swine industry by providing opportunities focusing on swine production as a goal of the 4-H members project, along with accurate and complete record keeping, industry knowledge, and engagement by the 4-H member. In order to participate, youth must be 4-H age 8 to 18, complete YQCA, and have Pharaoh'd their own project animals. Youth involved in the cohort participated in learning opportunities hosted by Extension Swine Specialist Benny Moat about nutrition, biosecurity, meat science, economics, and more. They also maintained records related to the swine management and basic care, which resulted in turning in a record book this weekend. Finally, they exhibited their Pharaoh to Own projects at the 2025 Nebraska State Fair with the opportunity for special recognition for participating in the cohort. Excuse me, guys. Let me. You want to just announce the winners of this, since you know the names of these kids? Or you can tell me what their names are, and I can do it. That'd be fine too. What's that?
Well, this is a really cool deal. You guys do this Pharaoh known deal. Let's put our hands together for these kids that went through this program that they offer and raising their own stock and bringing them to the state fair and doing that is a lot of good to it. You know, a lot of times it's the first time that these kids have to take care of something other than themselves, and that's just a super vital attribute to have as you're going on through life. And raising pigs isn't easy. They take attention every day. You got to get in your routine and get about that. And it's kind of like having a dairy. They take attention every day. To me, there's a couple of them out here you could tie into for your champion, Pharaoh Doan. I think there's one of them that's reached a little heavier weight and showed us that he could get there. Young man's Calico Bear is going to be our champion. Let's congratulate him.
Good job. I'll shake your hand. So, yeah, all the barrows are out. So it's only if you need it, the gilt or the other. What's that? Our first place in the Pharaoh Doan live show, Emmett Ritter.
Reserve one that really has a sharp look, you know, not quite as impressive in her mid-body as our champion, but one that's very heavy bone, very sharp about her look. A young man here with this belted gilt is going to have her reserve. Congratulations to him.
Reserve champion, Eli Ritter.
Our third overall is one that's not quite as heavy structured as them top two. You know, not quite as pulled apart, but a pig that showed us he could get to heavy weights and has some width and dimension and some muscle. Young lady on the far side with the belted berry, you're going to be third overall. Congratulations.
And third overall is Emma Ducks. As we assemble our championship barrow drive for the overall barrow, We want to thank our superintendents, Julie Schultz from Pierce, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City. Also, we want to thank our sponsors for this entire weekend show, Nebraska State Fair, Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, Kevin Watovic Show Pigs, and Parks of Nebraska. At the conclusion of our championship barrow drive, we will adjourn this show, and there will be a selection of the overall market swine at 4 p.m. at 5 Points Bank Arena. Ready? Let's start our final barrow drive from the champion barrow from Division 1, Diego Velasco from Otoe County. Our champion from Division 2, Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. And our champion from Division 3, Morgan Clement from Saunders County.
Let's put our hands together for these three exhibitors. Three really nice belted barrows to pick from out here to make your champion crossbred that's going to represent them tonight in your grand drive. And I think we've got quality all the way through, starting with our lightweight, one that just gives you an excellent, excellent look. He's really heavy structured, you know, gets a little looking like a baby out here compared to these other two, maybe. Not quite as bold through his center. We go into your middleweight, and that's one that's super sturdy built. Really like his added proportions that he brings to the table, his smoothness of build, and his just ability to get out here and push, plant, and drive off of that rear leg. And we end with our heavyweight that just is super, super overwhelming. When you get over the top of him, he's so impressive in terms of that shape out of the backside of his blade. You know, maybe not quite as long in terms of his rump, probably not quite as heavy structured as another one out here. We get him out here and compare him. I think there's one that's just a notch fresher, notch sturdier in his build, a notch longer in his stride and his rump. The young lady's middle is going to be our champion.
Our champion barrow shown by Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. Coming into the ring, our reserve champion from Division 2, Brecken Hirschfeld from York County.
We bring that reserve middle out and one that's super, super stout. You know, he's getting a little stilty as the drive went on. I don't think we ever drove any of them too long today, but one that comes back in and you really question how sound and loose he is out of those rear two. There's another one out here, I think, that just deserves to get into this top pair for his overall quality of look and his added soundness that he brings to the table. I think one that just gives you such a high quality look. Just got a little out horse today, but this lightweight's going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion, shown by Diego Velasco of Odo County. Coming into the ring, our reserve champion out of Division 1, Trampus Carr of Lincoln County. Our third place in the Barrow division was Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Just want to make an announcement to all exhibitors that received the pink information sheet for the final drive. There will be a meeting. There will be a meeting in about 5 or 10 minutes here in the arena for those of you who got the pink sheet for the final drive. That includes all barrows, all gilts, all purebred winners, and the showmanship. So if you receive that pink slip for the final drive, come to the arena in the next 5-10 minutes, have a short meeting. This concludes our swine show for 2025, or at least this part of the swine show. We will announce the overall market swine at the 5 Points Arena starting at 4 p.m.